Most apps don't have a lot of interface stuff around, so the whole screen is like a whole area that you can draw on. And generally, when you get one in your hands, it's just a lot of fun to play with. So I hope that helped differentiate what the benefits, the pros, and the cons of all these different iPads are. What do you think? Let me know down below in the comment section. Thank you guys for watching. I'll talk to you in a couple of days.
こんばんは。 Here's the difference between you and me, okay? You love tech news, and I love you. Speaking of, what's not to love about today's announcements from AMD? Holy shnikes, did you see that? Wow! Dr. Lisa Su and her minions graced us with new Radeon graphics cards, specifically the RX 6800, 6800 XT, and 6900 XT.
Nice.
Thank you. AMD's performance numbers have the RX 6800 beating the RTX 2080 Ti at 4K for $579, and the RX 6800 XT trading blows with the RTX 3080 for $649. That's $50 less than the 3080 price, James.
Math.
And the RX $60 less than the 3080 price, James.
Math.
And the RX 6900 XT matches the performance of the $1,500 RTX 3090 for $990. Matches the performance of the $1,500 RTX 3090 for $999.
Nice!
Turns out Big Navi was no joke. Hey, listen! You get that. It's a Zelda joke. The cards are packing a few new interesting features. Some are less exciting, like Rage Mode, which will boost performance by 1 or 2%, but some are more exciting. Some are less exciting, like Rage Mode, which will boost performance by 1 or 2%, but some are more exciting, like Smart Access Memory, which will give Ryzen 5000 series processors direct access to these new Radeon GPUs, 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory, potentially boosting performance by as much as 6 to 10%. Okay. Man, no wonder AMD bought Xilinx for $35 billion a couple days ago. Right now, they're just high on life. Now, we didn't see any ray tracing performance claims today or AMD's answer to NVIDIA's DLSS that they're supposedly working on, but I think it's official. Radeon is no longer the ugly sister to Ryzen.
You're like a hot cousin.
Radeon got a nose job.
Damn.
Radeon is on a glow up.
You got a butt lift.
What's that? There was another graphics card launch yesterday too? Oh, that's weird. I thought NVIDIA had already released their cards, but no, they actually delayed the unveiling of the RTX 3070 until the day before AMD's Radeon event in what seems like a sad attempt to be like, hey, wait, don't look over there. That's not, you know what? We got backwards fans. But the 3070 actually seems pretty good. It's got RTX 2080 Ti level performance for $499, which would probably blow our minds a bit more if we weren't being spoiled for GPU performance across the board with this new generation. The 3070 will be available tomorrow, but if leaks are any indication, this is far from the last 3000 series card NVIDIA has in the pipeline. References to both an RTX 3080 Ti and a 3060 Ti are popping up online, so budget gamers might see some nice trickle-down effects of all this sudden competition in the graphics market. More like NVIDIA is getting trickled down on by AMD because it's like they're
Move on.
peeing on them. And Apple may be getting serious about building a search engine competitor to Google. It's estimated that Google pays Apple $8 to $12 billion a year to be the default search engine on iOS, but Google is currently being sued by the US government over antitrust because of deals just like that. If the Department of Justice deems those deals anti-competitive, Apple may lose that income. So it makes sense Apple would want their own in-house search solution.
They call it iSearch.
iSearch. iOS 14 has actually already integrated some of Apple's search technology, as the swipe down search box shows its own results and links users directly to websites. This is all speculative though, and an Apple search engine would definitely be an anomaly in Apple's business model.
I find?
I got my own, unless they sell access for $6 a month. Apple Web Plus. It's a more curated experience. Very, very tight. It only goes to apple.com. Now it's time for Quick Bits, brought to you by Honey, the free shopping tool that finds the best promo codes whenever you shop online at specific sites. Those of you who downloaded Honey from our link have already saved over $100,000 in the past few months, which is wild. Honey works on over 30,000 stores, including Amazon, eBay, Newegg, Razer, Best Buy, Walmart, and more, and they get a small commission from sites where Honey saves you money, so it's free to use and installs in just 2 clicks. So get Honey for free right now at joinhoney.com/techlinked. It's time for Quick Bits. Nintendo has already released cloud streaming versions of a few games in Japan, but now they're bringing the technology to the rest of the world. The Switch is getting cloud versions of Hitman 3 and Control, which makes sense since that second title specifically can be pretty graphically intensive. Hopefully this means we get more Switch ports of fancy looking games, even if it means that it kind of negates the entire portable side of the Switch equation. Don't try to play these on the bus. You'll look so stupid. The Oculus Quest 2 has reportedly been jailbroken by a non-profit group called XRSI, meaning the headset's mandatory Facebook login can be bypassed.
Google Plus users rejoice!
Google Plus? A Mozilla developer and Oculus's exiled founder, Palmer Luckey, had both put up $5,000 as a prize for jailbreaking the device. It's unclear how Facebook will respond, but we might see a Nintendo Switch situation where they patch the flaw and release new unjailbreakable devices. So if you want in on the hackery, you better start your quest now.
Listen!
Games are having a hard week. That's right. Games in general. Cyberpunk 2077 has been delayed again to December 10th, and please don't get mad at the developers. They're working like 18-hour days right now.
On the 31st, okay?
The director for Halo Infinite has stepped down from the project, always a great sign, and Watch Dogs Legion apparently has a bug that causes Xbox One X's to overheat and shut down during a mission. The mission's title is 404.
Is that for real?
Yes.
Oh my god.
But good news for PSVR owners, Sony is giving out free PS5 adapters for the headset, so you can jump right into VR when you get your new console. Take me on in squadrons. Just kidding, don't. I've only played one multiplayer match. Babies, you know? The kid's been playing a lot, just not me. And the website for the Trump campaign was briefly hacked last night. The perpetrators took the opportunity to display a badly misspelled allegation that Trump was involved in the origin of the coronavirus and asked people to vote by sending the hackers money. Very confusing development overall, but the site's back to normal now, and at least everybody had fun. And if you wanna have some more fun, come back on Friday for more tech news. It's the last Tech Linked of Techtober, which I'm pretty sure was named after the show. Welcome to Short Circuit. Oh, that's heavy. That's a lot heavier than I thought it would be. What's in this mystery box? I don't know, but it's fragile, like my ego. Please be nice. Come on. Hey, Linus, we're excited to
Hey everybody, this is Alex with a rapid-fire style review for Amnesia Rebirth. As always, I want to provide a bit of context for the review, so for Frictional Games, I became a big fan of theirs after my first Amnesia Dark Descent playthrough 10 years ago. They then published, but didn't develop, Amnesia A Machine for Pigs, which honestly wasn't nearly as good, and I won't hold that against them. But then they were back to form with Soma, which again was brilliant. It was far less spooky scary, but more cerebral, a science fiction horror game with an incredible story to tell. When they announced Rebirth earlier this year, it immediately got added to my list of most anticipated games for 2020. If it was anything like their first Amnesia, it was going to be one of my favorites of the year. The first Amnesia was so unsettling. Frictional seemed to have mastered the aspects of survival horror games where so many other developers failed. They had found a perfect balance of environmental darkness versus light sources. They knew that the scariest things were things that you didn't or couldn't see. They knew how important it was for you to feel like your character was actually in danger, providing real consequences for bad decisions or mistakes. They understood how tension is amplified when the player feels truly alone in the dark, and it was all wrapped up in a mysterious plot that the player is revealing piece by piece while delving into a dark manner. It was great. The problem is, 10 years is a long time to forget how to do things. Almost immediately, something felt off about Rebirth visually. Naturally, since you were in the desert, in the daytime, it's pretty bright. Out. It's damn near close to the sunniest possible place you could be on Earth, which isn't necessarily a problem, as then delving into the contrasting darkness of caves or something is sure to follow, and it does, but then that damn sun shines light into the caves too. And it's not just the beginning of the game either. The majority of the game you're running around during the daytime in well-lit areas. Now, there are dark sections that litter the game too, but when the dark, scary corridors are sandwiched between a sun-filled room and a room lit with 3 candles, 4 burning oil lamps, and a lit torch, it kind of lessens the impact of the darkness. The light balance just felt off for most of the game, and that's not to say that there weren't some excellently designed sections that, with just the right amount of darkness, and left us worrying what the scratching just up ahead was, if we could afford to use the lamp oil or the matches we had. They just didn't come up often enough. The rationing of resources is standard for horror games, and the Amnesia franchise is no different. In The Dark Descent, you found tinderboxes and lamp oil to light candles and torches, and had to be pretty careful about using them as you'd often run out. In Rebirth, we were downright wasteful with them, and we used several per section whether we needed to or not, and we were constantly full anyway. There is no fear of the dark here, because there really is none. Not really. There's too much light, natural and not. There's too much access to lamp oil and matches, which is a real shame, as the darkness adversely affecting the player's sanity was something I really enjoyed in the first game. The avoidance of the dark here just ends up being about avoiding what becomes very annoying sounds playing when you're in the dark for longer than a few seconds.
Your sanity back. I don't need no sanity.
The well-lit areas also did a disservice to the monster design. Having a slow-moving monster, and they are very slow, chase you in either the daylight or a practically studio-lit room isn't as scary as it should have been. You ever walk into a dark room and see a stuffed animal or a sweatshirt on a chair and it freaks you out? A tree shadow from a window at night scare you? that stuff doesn't happen with the lights on. As you explore and encounter the monsters, it becomes pretty apparent that you're unfortunately not in any real sort of danger. Most of the times you see the monsters, they're just scripted jump scares. And some of them are actually really good, but ultimately there's no consequence and there's no danger to you as a player.
Whack it. Whoa!
Goes?
Whack it. Whoa!
Goes?
Your turn? That was a good one. That was a good one.
Ain't this a bitch?
That was a
What
good
the fuck
one.
was that? What the fuck was that?
Almost didn't catch it.
Alright, which way did the motherfucker go? Left or right, chat?
It went right.
Right? Okay, we're going left.
In the few unscripted monster encounters, if you are caught by the slow-moving baddies, you can either wiggle your way to freedom, or if you don't, you fall asleep and wake up with no monsters in sight, apparently in no worse condition than when you started, except now there's no more threat, and in some instances actually puts you at the exit of a maze. Quote-unquote dying in this game becomes a benefit, which is ludicrous. It's also their intention. They have announced that they want the story to shine here, so an interview said that this game was meant to be experienced as a story rather than as something to beat. So let's get on to that all-important story then. Overall, the story is a bit mixed. Like most horror games, it's probably best not to think about it too much, but if you want to, and since apparently the whole point of the game is the story, some of it is good. Some of it is really bad. It's a bit predictable, and when it's not predictable, it's so wildly outside of what we know for Amnesia that it truly doesn't feel like we're playing the right game. On the surface, Rebirth follows the story of a French archaeologist, Tassi, on an expedition in Africa. Unfortunately for her, their plane crashes in the desert, she wakes up to discover that all of her companions are gone, she has a cool new watch, and she has amnesia. Then she goes on a quest through the desert and onto other locations looking for her husband and team. Now in the background we have powerful themes of a loss of a child, grieving, second chances, and the value of life. But, as the game moves forward, we have a Doom Eternal-esque storyline where the Vitae from the first Amnesia game turns out to be the main energy source for an entire trans-dimensional eldritch civilization who uses it to live forever, and so they have been mass harvesting and torturing human beings to get it. And also, the Vitae made the queen of this civilization infertile, so she wants to steal a human baby. So she uses her eldritch powers to make a plane crash in our dimension in 1937. But for the rest of the game, has no other powers at all to manipulate anything, or do anything, even in her own dimension. You spend the last half of this game in this other dimension where the lack of environmental context leaves you again absolutely free of worry, especially since at this point in the game you know that you cannot die or be hurt. But again, it's probably best not to think too much about the story because it is a horror game, even though they screwed over the gameplay to focus on that story. Mechanically, the game played well. We ran into no major bugs, no getting stuck in walls or doors like OJ likes to do, and we even tried.
This way.
Children! What the fuck is that?
Oh no.
Oh, I shouldn't have told Joe to run. Oh my god.
I can fix it! I can fix
Oh
it!
my god.
I can fix it!
Oh shit! That actually did get me right there, because I didn't expect that one.
Though turning wheels in this game is still awful with a mouse and keyboard like it was in the first games, and I'm told that on a controller there are other actions that are miserable too, they introduced this Traveler's Amulet mechanic to the game, allowing travel between dimensions, which could have been amazing, and they had a ton of potential uses for running from monsters and puzzles and all sorts of other applications, and they didn't do any of that. They did nothing with it. We opened portals and we found lamp oil a few times, and I guess that was neat. The puzzles we did find were intuitive, and they felt like they were in a good spot for difficulty. I particularly enjoyed the ones on the alien world playing with the technology that they had. Other than the awful sanity noises, the sound design for the game and background music was actually really good, and worked to kind of alleviate the other issues we had with the game's ambiance. Hearing monsters crawling, slurping, eating, sniffing, all worked to add tension when there really wasn't any there. Look, this isn't the worst horror game we have ever played, not by a long shot. It has the same gameplay style and puzzles as both of their previous games, but with far less scares and atmosphere of The Dark Descent, and without the thought-provoking storytelling of Soma. Frictional is just suffering from their own pedigree here. They've put out 2 excellent survival horror games in the past, and then put out an average-ish one. They just did what so many other franchises did before them, failed to recapture the greatness and magic of their previous installments, and then put out something that was just barely achieved mediocrity. Kind of like Amnesia and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
That's why I'm down here.
And it's not just the rose tinting of the past either. We played both Dark Descent and Soma just a few months ago. For OJ, it was the first time, and he loved both of them. What the game's creative director said in an interview sums up my thoughts on the game pretty well. He said that instead of relying on short-term scares, the team believed that the game's overarching themes and narrative should be what haunts the player. This ultimately is where my problem is. The game is short on scares, like they planned, but the game's theme and narrative didn't end up being haunting at all. So we're left with a game which isn't very scary, a story that goes to crazy town, gameplay mechanics that were totally underutilized, all within an atmosphere that I didn't feel worked. So I have to give Amnesia Rebirth a slightly below average 4 out of 10. Again, it's not a terrible game, it's not a bad game, and if you love Amnesia, maybe this will be something that you enjoy. We just didn't. Let us know how you feel about the game in the comments, and we will see you on the next Angry Joe Show.
Most of you probably know by now that Cyberpunk 2077 has been delayed yet again from November to December 10th, 2020. And there's been a lot of frustration, and this time understandable frustration, given that, the game had gone gold, and they had confirmed just the day before that the game would be launching on November 19th. And one day later, they delayed the game. It's very unusual to delay a game just 3 weeks before launch, especially in the AAA landscape. And a lot of people set some time aside, took out vacation days from work in preparation for Cyberpunk 2077's launch, and a lot of those people may not be able to change those days. And so I get why people are frustrated, and I get that, these delays have happened time and again. So this is from June 18th, 2020, when the game was delayed from September to November, and then on January, the game was delayed from April to September. I get why this is become exhausting. At the end of the day, I feel like most people are willing to wait for the best version of that game, myself included. I mean, after being burned so many times by games like Marvel's Avengers and Anthem, Fallout 76, games that were rushed to launch, I will take a game that's delayed maybe one too many times, but eventually launches in a wonderful state. I'll take that any day over seeing a game launch early to middling reception and to a lack of polish. But that doesn't mean people aren't allowed to be frustrated, and especially in this case where it's so last minute, perfectly understandable. But expressing frustration and offering criticism is one thing. Sending threats to developers is a whole other thing that needs to be discussed, because a number of CD Projekt Red developers, who, by the way, had no influence in the decision to delay the game, have received death threats. So this is a tweet published by Andrei Sawatsky. I probably mispronounced that, my apologies. This individual, by the way, is senior game designer at CD Projekt Red. He tweeted out, "I want to address one thing in regards to the Cyberpunk 2077 delay. I understand you're feeling angry, disappointed, and want to voice your opinion about it. However, sending death threats to the developers is absolutely unacceptable and just wrong. We are people just like you." The following day, Andre actually posted some samples of messages that he's been receiving, and you can see right here for yourself how disgusting this stuff is. People talking about, "I'm going to find out where you live, I'm going to do stuff to your family and burn you," and just, really, really disgusting, disturbing stuff from truly deranged internet cowards. And here's the worst part, this stuff's gross enough. Turns out this is the mildest messages some of the CD Projekt Red employees got. There were far, far worse ones as well. And rightfully so, Andre reported every single one and said that they will not let it go, do not treat it lightly, do not ignore it. It is serious. Another CD Projekt Red staff member, Amelia, who is a community manager, retweeted Andre's pleas and said, "I've been staring at it and thinking what to add. There's nothing more that I could add. I feel heartbroken, vulnerable, and attacked. This is not okay." And finally, Miles Tost, who is senior level designer, retweeted as well and said, "It's not like we're delaying for fun or to annoy you all. We have been working on this project for more than 5 years and pouring our hearts into it. We only get one shot at releasing this and we want to get it right for you and for ourselves. Thank you for your understanding." It's also really important to highlight that the ground floor developers, they don't get to decide release dates and the like. That is way above their pay grade and their position. They're just doing their job in making the portion of the game that they've been assigned to, or doing whatever is required of them for the specific job that they have at the company. And beyond that, a lot of these developers didn't even know that the delay was happening, didn't find out about it until at the same time as we all did when CD Projekt Red's tweet went out. So this right here is a tweet published by Liana Rupert from Game Informer, who you may recognize because after Jason Schreier's Crunch story was published, she provided another perspective from developers she's spoken to about the way the developers are being compensated for overtime, the different work culture in Poland, and she talked about how the developers she spoke to relayed that they all agreed that in this final stretch, they would work a little harder, a few more hours and some extra days, which kind of conflicts Jason Schreier's story of developers he spoke to having expressed their kind of disdain and disapproval of some of the work conditions at CD Projekt Red. I don't think either one is lying. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle and that they're both sharing different perspectives from different developers. But basically, she is in with CD Projekt devs. She has contact with them, and she's talked to a few people so far, but what I'm hearing is that the team at large didn't know about this and that the announcement went live to them when it went live on Twitter. If that's the case, that is wrong on so many levels. Jason Schreier corroborated this when, on top of relaying some of the crunch stories he's heard from developers he's spoken to, also relayed that all of them found out at the same time we did. CD Projekt Red sent an internal email simultaneously with the public tweet. Now, as it turns out, there is a legal explanation for this. According to Jason, the email said they couldn't share the news earlier because of stock regulations. And this is something that Game Informer talks about in their article titled Cyberpunk 2077 Devs Didn't Know About the Delay Until the Day Of. Here's why. So, according to 3 developers Game Informer spoke to, the decision to delay was a swift one after looking at the quality differences between the current gen and next gen versions. Basically, the current gen version needs a little more polish, and that's why they decided to delay a little more and give that more time so that they can simultaneously launch all of the game's versions at the same time for all players, especially given that most people right now do own current-gen consoles. And then the article adds, the decision to delay was not even discussed until Monday, October 26th, so just 2 days ago, with a decision being reached on Tuesday, October 27th, yesterday, when the announcement was made. According to Polish labor laws, and this is where the legal aspect comes in, leadership was not legally allowed to tell the whole team due to its size of over 1,000 employees without each individual signing a non-disclosure agreement. Keep in mind, CD Projekt Red is a publicly traded company, and they didn't want leaked insider information to get out there, and so the law surrounding that prevented them from disclosing the delay to everyone before they did to the public. According to one developer that Game Informer spoke to, about 90% of the studio didn't know about this, and then a CD Projekt Red representative responded by confirming to Game Informer that the Polish law is the reason behind the team at large not knowing about the delay until the day of. And then an investor call CD Projekt Red relay the following: as CD Projekt is a publicly listed company on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, our communication has to be transparent to employees, gamers, and investors, as well as in line with the regulation of Polish financial authorities and European Parliament and the Council and Commission directives. Information of such business magnitude, i.e. the delay of the release of the biggest project under development, is, until it is made publicly available, considered price sensitive and confidential because it could easily influence the potential decisions of investors. In a nutshell, the unplanned release of this information could have potentially led to market abuse and manipulation of CD Projekt Red's stock price on the WSE. Therefore, due to the aforementioned regulations, the information on postponement of Cyberpunk 2077's release date couldn't have been shared with all of the group's employees before the current report was filed and made public. It doesn't make the situation of most devs finding out about this delay on the day of ideal, but it is an explanation. Game Informer concludes by explaining that going gold, while many equate to a game being finished, doesn't necessarily mean that developers suddenly stop developing the game. They're still working on stuff, especially on potential day one patches and whatnot. And once again emphasize that the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 versions of the game, the current gen versions, still need a little polishing. So this is all very important context to have, so people understand that developers don't have a direct influence on a game's release date. They're obviously going to have their own deadlines within the confines of what their role is for the project, but the game's overall release date, those are decisions made by higher-ups. But even regardless of what developers know or don't know, there's just no excuse to send developers death threats. That is just a criminal action. Criticism is one thing, expression of frustration is one thing. Sending threats is a criminal act. Period. It is just a scummy thing to do over video games, over works of fiction. And it's not just CD Projekt Red. Many developers have faced this when a project got delayed or when something didn't turn out the way fans liked. There is a difference between saying, I really don't like this, or even saying this sucks, versus saying, I'm gonna find you, I'm gonna find where you are, and I'm gonna do bad things to you. That's just freaking awful, and it's terrifying for developers. I'm reminded of when Laura Bailey, who played Abby in Last of Us 2, got threats because she played a character that a portion of the fan base really didn't like. It's fine to not like Abby as a character, but there are people out there who, for some reason, cannot distinguish the difference between the actor and the character. The actor just portrayed the character. Laura Bailey isn't actually Abby. She didn't actually do the things that Abby did in the game. She was acting and performing. And beyond the actors, no doubt a lot of Naughty Dog developers also got death threats because there were a lot of fans who were not happy with the game and the direction of the story. And if you watch my review, you know that I had very mixed feelings about the game and its story, and people are allowed to say, I hate the story of Last of Us 2, but sending developers death threats is just not cool for any reason whatsoever. Anyone who sends death threats aren't going to be taken seriously. Their feedback isn't going to be heard. It's not constructive in any way, shape, or form. And all you're doing is terrifying the individual on the other end, the developer, who are not going to do their best work if they're emotionally, mentally compromised. Saying, I don't like this, can actually be helpful and can potentially cause positive change. Saying, I will find you and I will do horrible things to you doesn't do anything for anyone. It just makes you an insane person. Fortunately, whenever stories like these crop up, there's always an outpour of love and support from community members who, even if they're frustrated at a situation, understand that developers often don't have anything to do with such decisions, and especially where delays are concerned, a lot of people understand that as frustrating as they can be, there's usually good intention behind them of wanting to make sure the game is ready before it's out there, before it is sold to the public. They just want to make the product the best it can be. And you can both be frustrated at the delays, and you can question the management that's going on at CD Projekt Red when delays happen so last minute, and also be understanding of the fact that developers don't play a part. Most developers aren't involved in the decision-making of release dates. And even the higher-up who is directly responsible for the decision to delay the game does not deserve to receive death threats. Having to wait a little longer for a game does not justify telling someone you're about to hurt them and putting that kind of fear in a human being, especially when the intention behind the delay is a good one. As Miles Tost expressed here, it's not like these delays happen because companies want to troll people. They happen because they are an unfortunate necessity. It's not like the people who decide to delay games don't know about the backlash and the expression of frustrations that will go their way, but they make that decision, as hard as it is, because ultimately it could pave the road for a better final product. I'm not saying that justifies 3 delays and the lapse of communication that's paved the road for the Cyberpunk Twitter page being able to say, no, it's confirmed November 19th is the final release date 1 day before the game gets pushed back. I understand the frustration behind such an unprecedented situation. Again, people are allowed to criticize that. They're allowed to express their dissent against stuff like that. They're allowed to say, this sucks, I'm frustrated. But don't threaten people. It's only a vocal minority of people who do this, but enough people do where it does tangibly affect a developer's mental health. And a developer cannot do their best work if they're worried about some crazy person who might be serious about hurting them. Offer criticism and feedback and compliments. That stuff's helpful. Threatening to hurt someone, nobody benefits from that. It just sucks to see this happen time and again, the wrong people being threatened, and just the fact that there are threats at all is a disservice to wanting to better the games industry. Threats don't help. Offering criticism, offering feedback, offering compliments when it's deserved, that's the stuff that's actually going to be useful. That's the feedback that publishers and developers might be able to look at and using that feedback, adjust the way they do things. So to any developer who might be watching this, I say to you, keep your head held high. I wish you all the best in this final stretch of the game's development. So sorry to hear about the fact that you are getting these kinds of death threats. This sucks, I'm sure, not just for the people, but for the developers who really badly want to get this game out in the hands of players. But, they're doing the best they can, so I wish them the best. I hope they stay safe and healthy and don't overwork themselves. So this is one man's take on the vocal few who express themselves in ways that cross the lines, contribute nothing, and actually contribute negatively to the overall environment. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on the threats that devs have been receiving and some of the new information we learned about why the company announced the delay the way they did. Drop a comment, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out. First things first, I really want to thank you guys for the positive reception surrounding the merch store. YongYea.com launched yesterday, for those who don't know. You try something new, you don't know if it's going to go well, but to see the immensely positive reception surrounding the designs, like the hat back there, the shirt here, the parodies of the surprise mechanic and the Bethesda Nuka Cola Dark Rum, to see that be received so well and to see such enthusiasm behind all of that really made my week. I just can't thank you guys enough. But you're not here for that. Let's talk about the news. Halo Infinite. So this is a game that's been kind of going through a rough period. After it revealed some gameplay, a lot of people weren't happy with how it looked graphically. It seemed like a downgrade from what was shown in years past. A lot of technical issues like pop-in and just environments lacking detail, everything looking too plasticky. All of that was highlighted by the community. And the folks at 343 responded saying, hey, we're aware of the feedback, and they delayed the game and are taking that feedback into consideration. And hopefully the final results will be something that a lot of people will be pleased with. But after all that, Halo Infinite finds itself in another period of negative PR because of some decisions they have made surrounding the game's customization. So the following information comes from John Junichek, who is community manager at 343 Industries, who posted a blog post that details something called the coding system, which is essentially the Destiny 2 shader system that nobody liked. People getting the notion that Halo Infinite is going to do something similar is not something that's being well received, especially considering past entries. When it comes to color customization of armor, it's always been something that you could just do. But now just changing colors of armor pieces, that being monetized, adding unnecessary inconveniences there to monetize this aspect is not sitting well with a lot of folks. So here's what the blog post says. First of all, here is a render of an armor in red and some of the potential customization that you'll be able to engage in. with colors and textures, among other things. They do highlight here that the coating system is going to have some element of marketing promotion, working with companies like Mega Constructs Toys, Monster Energy Drinks, and Mondelez Cookies, Candies, and more, to provide a number of in-game items, whether it's 2x XP boost, emblems, and armor coatings. A bit like Marvel's Avengers, where, like Verizon had their own cosmetic skins for the different characters that you could only unlock by engaging with Verizon services and all that. So as an example, this weapon right here with the green highlights, this is a coating that's specific to Monster Energy. As stated right here, we shared a closer look at the Monster Energy weapon coatings in this Xbox Wire blog, and clicking on it will take you to this page that shows you the coating in question, the shiny green kind of texture and material that's layered on top of the weapons. And then on top of that, they said right here, we want to provide a bit more clarity around what you can expect from coatings. Player expression has been a key pillar of Halo Infinite, and the blog post states that this is why the team has developed a new system, which is a powerful and flexible way to create customization content quicker and more robustly than we have been able to do in the past. As for what exactly a coating is, it is defined according to 343 Industries as a 7-layer shader that allows us to put any artist-authored color, material, or pattern into 7 channels and apply it to in-game items like weapons, armor, and vehicles. So here is a showcase of vehicle customization, here's a showcase of weapon customization, and then scrolling down, you'll find more details about how coloration specifically will work, because, again, in past entries, coloring your armor and all that was just inherent to the game. It was just something you could do. The way it's described here reads, coloration along with materials and patterns will now be baked into the coating, taking the place of the primary, secondary armor color options found in prior games. And this is the aspect that people take great umbrage with. The fact that coloration is kind of being fused with materials and patterns rather than allowing that to be a separate component that allows you to take materials and patterns and then apply whatever color scheme you want separately. And the blog post adds, while we understand that many players are fond of the previous color system, we're very excited about the breadth and scope of armor, weapon, and vehicle customization options that will be available in Halo Infinite because of the coating system. Additionally, players should expect more robust per-piece armor customization choices akin to what was available in Halo Reach versus what was offered in Halo 5 Guardians. And as we expand our customization capabilities with armor geometry, materials, colors, and textures, it's important to the team that players are given even more opportunities to express themselves within the game itself. More on that later. So while they are definitely expanding the customization system of Halo Infinite from past entries, the fact of the matter is that it's very clear that for the sake of monetization, they seem to be doing something they really don't need to do. Do keep in mind that Halo Infinite's multiplayer mode is going to be a separate component to the single player, and the multiplayer is going to be free to play, so you don't have to get the single player Halo Infinite and purchase that in order to participate in the multiplayer. That's what they're going for, to bring in as many people as possible. So they do have some leeway when it comes to monetization, given that the multiplayer is free to play. It does need to make its money back somehow, but by doing so through a feature as basic as coloring your armor, which has been in Halo since forever, and which plenty of other games implement without issue, to monetize the coloration aspect that so many Halo fans are familiar with, it's just something that's not sitting well. People just want the ability to color things the way they want without having to shell out extra cash, or wasting time just for the basic ability to make your chest piece red or blue or whatever color you prefer. Just going through more effort than is required for something so simple and basic. Here's a clip posted on Reddit that highlights what people would want out of Halo Infinite's customization system, and you can see right here how cool it'd be if someone could just go through a gradient of colors, modify the saturation and the lightness and darkness of the color, and just really go all out with how customizable the armor pieces are. Really make it your own. How cool would this be, instead of a customization system that limits you to what's there in the coatings? And you never know, there may be certain colors that are not available for specific coatings, and so that might limit things further. It's just an all-around worse system. Somebody else on Reddit spoke out about this, stating, Deer343, shaders suck, sincerely everyone. Or in more long-winded terms, a lot of people weren't pleased with the Infinite demo that was shown off. A lot of people have already given up on the franchise because, among other things, Halo 4 and 5, please stop making stupid decisions like this that are putting even more people off of this game. The player base for Halo has already dwindled enough. Stop trying to make it even smaller. Shaders suck. We all know that. I'll never know why you've decided to go for shaders over the primary, secondary color scheme, and trying to sell it as an enhanced customization is bullcrap. And then in response, another user highlights, all they need to do is let players select the colors on the coating, and I'd bet the reception would have been unanimously positive. So separate coloration from the stuff like patterns and textures and unique armor designs. Coloration is a feature that's been in video games for decades, but in more recent years, more and more AAA publishers are removing what was once an inherent feature and trying to find ways to monetize that again through stuff like shaders. And that's how you got Reddit users like this individual highlighting how those who don't have a lot of money to spend on Halo Infinite will end up looking something like this, because when they do get one coating, they can only apply that to one armor piece, and then the next coating you get will probably be random. And so if you don't spend money on the stuff that you want, you're gonna have to grind out for all this stuff, but there is no guarantee that you'll get the stuff that you want. It's more likely you'll get a random mix of a lot of things, and that may lead to results like this, where every armor piece is a different color, material, texture. Beyond that, you've got memes like this. In light of recent events, Halo fans, when Microsoft learns of this, they will take your head. 343 Industries, fool. They ordered me to do it. Here's another meme making fun of the more opportunities to express themselves statement featured in the blog post that seems to not match up with the coding system that they're implementing. And the meme right here reads, "Me right now, I try to get pink armor in Infinite. You know how expensive this gear is, son?" In reference to the fact that with the coding system, it's going to be a lot more difficult to make your armor look consistent, because it's possible that you're going to get a lot of these items randomly. You're not going to get the same colors all the time, so it's all going to be a mix and match of things. And then here's somebody else who said, in Halo Online, you're able to choose from any color imaginable. This is what Halo Infinite's color selection should be modeled from. Now, in light of all this backlash, the community manager, John Junicek, did respond, and here's what he had to say. "I'm seeing a decent amount of confusion around coatings out there, so I wanted to jump in and address some of the common talking points. Thread below. Coatings, and therefore colors, can only be purchased? No, that is not the case. There will be all kinds of customization items, including coatings, that can be earned in-game and earned as special rewards. Will there be purchases? Sure. Is that the only way? Absolutely not. The same could be said about Destiny 2. You could either purchase the shaders or you could earn them in-game, but again, the issue was earning them in-game was a grind. It was also a bit of a pain in the ass because shaders would occupy your inventory slots. The fact of the matter is that in Destiny 2, you could earn them in-game, but it was still very inconvenient. It still restricted players' ability to freely customize themselves and express themselves. It was still a limiting aspect of the game that shouldn't have been there, especially considering Destiny 1 had the superior just unlock a color and apply system. Now, John brings up the question, why not a hybrid system where I can change my colors and the rest of the coding remains the same? The response reads, "We love this idea, but colors and materials are designed and built into each specific coding. I'm hoping to elaborate on the tech behind codings in a future community update." I find it hard to believe that they're unable to reverse this, that they're unable to separate color customization from materials and textures and armor piece designs. It is hard for me to believe that this wasn't driven by monetization. I mean, we'll see what John has to say in the tech behind codings update, but I get the sense that it's not going to convince people that this is how it has to be, that colors have to be fused with the coatings instead of colorization being a separate component. John proceeds, "Will there be a good variety of coatings? Yes, although moving away from the old color system was a tough call, it has allowed us to go into greater detail and variation with armor color, materials, patterns, etc. You're going to look great in Halo Infinite." I'll say again, you can have that expanded customization system in Halo Infinite and keep colorization as a separate, free component that can be applied to any coding. To suggest that it has to be either one or the other, It's just something that I simply don't believe for a second. Hell, this customization would be superior to past Halo entries because there are more layers to the armor pieces that can be individually customized. If you give players the ability to take each piece and customize the colors individually and have free reign over that, that would be incredible. But the inconvenience of colors being specific to each coating that you earn, that seems like an artificial limitation. Again, just for the sake of monetization more than anything. John then proceeded by retweeting another tweet that he posted the day prior when he said, "Yep, we're not sitting around thinking of ways to take things away from players. No developer is. We're focused on building systems that can allow for better player expression. Yes, that required a tough call in this case, but we're excited by the system's overall potential." Oh, come on. The claim that developers aren't looking to take away from players for the sake of monetization is such a blatant lie. Developers may not necessarily have a choice because of publisher mandates to monetize a game, but the only way you create some of these monetization systems is by artificially introducing issues, artificially taking stuff away, and based on what we know now, that seems to be what's happening with Halo Infinite, where it doesn't really seem like they need to do colorization this way, but they're doing so because that way, separate colors of the same coatings can be monetized separately rather than one coating that players can apply freely different colors to. Unfortunately, with these live service games, it's all about how do we take away so players have to pay for that thing that we could have just given them. John's posts conclude with, obviously this doesn't answer every question out there, but I hope this helps clarify some of the confusion until we're able to dive deeper into customization. Well, for my part, this doesn't clarify any confusion, and it reaffirms what a lot of people feared. Coatings will work like shaders in Destiny 2. And as Destiny 2 proved, just because you can earn them in-game doesn't make the shader system something good or positive or better than a system that simply allows you to unlock colors, or a system that straight up gives you a gradient of colors that can be applied. All I'm seeing here are vague excuses that don't explain much of anything. He just says right here when asked, why not just let me unlock the colors, change the colors willy-nilly. He says, we love the idea, but, the colors are built into each specific coating, but why? Why does it have to be that way? Why can't colors be applied individually when so many other games from years past have proven that it isn't rocket science to implement that, and the lack of a proper convincing explanation is what's leading people to believe that they're just doing this on purpose, again artificially limiting the colorization system for monetization purposes, which to me sounds like the more likely scenario. Now look, at the end of the day, we're going to have to wait until Halo Infinite's multiplayer component launches before we can really judge how coatings work and whether they're well implemented. Are they rewarded often enough? Can they be stored in a convenient manner? Or is the game going to get real stingy about it to the point where it clearly is there to encourage players to visit the store? I hope it turns out that I'm being paranoid and that it's actually going to be really well balanced and that the coatings will be implemented in such a way where it feels like I'm always finding the things that I want and really feeling some semblance of freedom and customization. But when you think logically about how coatings and shaders work versus how a more traditional form of coloration works in video games, it's clear that the latter's just superior. There's no hurdles to jump through in order to apply a color. You just apply the color. Same can't be said for a coatings or shader system that has you put some effort in or put some money in to apply a color that you want. This all just seems so unnecessarily inconvenient and unnecessary in storefronts. It's how they get people to buy things, by inconveniencing them enough to the point where people finally throw their hands up and go, screw it, I'm done with this, I don't want to keep doing this, I'm just going to buy the thing so I don't have to grind over and over and over again and go through this really tedious process. But at the end of the day, only time will tell how this all turns out, how well balanced this all ultimately ends up being, and whether this will ultimately be a boon or a detriment to Halo Infinite's cosmetic customization. But until then, let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on how 343 Industries has described their coding system, and whether it's something you're bored for this free-to-play separate multiplayer component, or if it's something you don't find acceptable. Drop a comment, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out. Alex Hutchinson is a name that's made a lot of headlines over the past 24 hours after he posted a comment that proved to be wildly unpopular. Now, I want to clarify something because apparently there's some confusion as to what his role is at Stadia. He is not the boss of Stadia. He's a creative director at Stadia. More specifically, the Stadia Games and Entertainment Montreal studio. He is the head of that specific studio. He recently changed his title from creative director at Google Stadia, which caused confusion, to creative director at Stadia Games and Entertainment Montreal studio. In case you were confused about that, that's that. But you can see right here, the ratio has only gotten worse. So this unpopular comment right here, almost 5,000 likes versus over 17,000 comments, which suggests that people are not happy at all about the suggestion that Alex made, which was that streamers should be worried about their content getting pulled if publishers decide to enforce copyright laws, adding that, quote, "The real truth is that streamers should be paying developers and publishers of the games they stream. They should be buying a license like any real business and paying for the content they use." This is just a completely ass-backwards way of thinking. As I mentioned in my last video, the amount of promotion and exposure that big streamers and content creators and even a spread of smaller creators provide for a game is just far more valuable than forcing creators to pay a licensing fee. Streamers and creators tend to either receive a free copy from a company because most game companies actually want people to be putting content out there and streaming and keeping the hype alive for a game, or the creator will buy the game for themselves and then stream it and provide exposure for that title. Now, legally speaking, in terms of what's written in the law, yes, game publishers could go after creators if they wanted, and they'd probably be able to make a case based on how the law is written now, though that would largely depend, of course, on whether a specific content is transformative enough, whether it falls under fair use. But publishers don't do that because they understand the benefits of creators and streamers putting content of their game out there. That's why game companies are always so keen on providing copies of their games to certain streamers and creators, and it's why sometimes they'll pay big bucks for the biggest names in the content creation landscape or in the streaming landscape to play their game, to talk about it, to cover it. The thing that gets me about Alex's comments is that he makes it seem as though streamers are exploiting video game developers and their creations, when time and again, especially when a game is good, they've actually helped boost sales and, you know, spread the word about this game that many people would have otherwise not known about or not tried it out. Alex goes as far as to say that most of the time playing the game just helps the streamer. People tune in to watch their show, which is built on content they didn't pay for. If their show requires game content, then a percentage of their revenue should go to the game they used. This is absolutely false. It is a symbiotic relationship. Both parties benefit. That's why this works out so well. Content creators get to have a number of ways to provide entertainment via these different titles, and at the same time, those games will get some level of exposure, and that symbiosis, that mutual benefit, is why, regardless of how the law is written, publishers want streamers and creators to make content. And Stadia is all about the integration with influencers and YouTube and, you know, capabilities like influencers being able to provide links that then players can click on to join their sessions, stuff like that. Alex's proposal would put a huge dent on Stadia's own endeavors with how they're trying to integrate Stadia into the gaming market. And guess what? Stadia agrees because they recently put out a statement in response to what Alex tweeted, and they flat out decided to distance themselves from what Alex said. So here's the official statement from a Google Stadia spokesperson who said, "The recent tweets by Alex Hutchinson, creative director at the Montreal studio of Stadia Games and Entertainment, do not reflect those of Stadia, YouTube, or Google." And speaking of YouTube, here's a statement from Ryan Wyatt, who is YouTube's lead over gaming, commerce, and immersive. He tweeted out something that was completely counter to what Alex had to say, stating, "We believe that publishers and creators have a wonderful symbiotic relationship Indeed, that has allowed a thriving ecosystem to be created, one that has mutually benefited everyone. YouTube is focused on creating value for creators, publishers, and users. All ships rise when we work together. I couldn't have put it better myself. You can analyze the copyright laws all you want, but the fact of the matter is that what's going on right now with the relationship between developers, streamers and content creators and communities, the symbiosis going on there has been beneficial for everyone. Again, developers get more exposure, creators get more avenues to entertain and create content, and the community gets to find, people they trust to either stay updated about a game or to see a game in action and get some entertainment out of it and potentially consider buying that game as a result of that exposure. This is something that even the heads of Stadia, YouTube, and Google understand. And in fact, they are heavily relying on influencers to integrate Stadia with YouTube and make that work synergistically. Like, the last thing Stadia needs right now is the suggestion from someone who is under the Stadia umbrella and pretty high up as one of the creative directors that creators and streamers are going to get charged a licensing fee if they want to stream or create content off of a game, when what these creators are doing is providing free advertisement, free promotion, free exposure. The benefits of creators organically discovering a game, playing that game, and being genuinely entertained by it, and how that resonates with an audience, like that kind of exposure is priceless. And it's gone a long way in causing an explosive growth in the games industry as a whole. Those benefits far outweigh this idea of charging creators to stream certain games and potentially disincentivizing them from actually covering that specific game that's charging them to stream it or to create content for it. It has to be organic, and for a game to truly experience explosive growth, streamers, creators, and people in general need to feel a semblance of safety in being able to share content about that game, being able to react to that game, and those reactions resonate and can turn into a huge boost in sales. And the only one who doesn't seem to be able to get with the program is Alex Hutchinson here, who goes counter to even what Stadia and YouTube and Google are trying to do with their platforms. Now, I've heard a very small crowd of people come in defense for Alex by stating that, well, if a content creator or streamer just, plays the entirety of a story-driven single-player linear game, then there's going to be no motivation for viewers to actually buy that game, and that might actually prove to be detrimental to that developer. My response to that is, if I put a game out there, I would much rather that 10% of millions of views translate to sales than 100% of a smaller crowd of 100 or 1,000. Yeah, it's entirely possible that a lot of people will just look at the whole playthrough and then experience the full story and just be like, well, I'm done with that. I don't have to buy the game anymore. But even just a small percentage of those huge views buying the game greatly benefits. And you also got to think of it long term. Maybe those people who didn't buy the game because they saw a content creator play through it will find out about a sequel or a new game that the same developer is making. And next time around, they might go, I might actually buy the game since I saw the creator play it. I found it entertaining. Maybe I'll play it and then see how the creator reacts, how this YouTuber or the streamer reacts. And so you make your game and your studio and your endeavors known by having streamers and creators bring exposure to it, by shining a spotlight on it, and that creates long-term impressions. Just across the board, the benefits of streamers and creators playing your game and feeling safe in making content for your game vastly outweighs any potential negatives. Without this symbiotic relationship, some of the biggest games today would not be as big as they are today, and certain indie gems would have never been discovered. I could go on and on. Now, beyond Stadia and YouTube and Google, it should come as no surprise that a number of content creators and streamers have responded. Obviously, I made a whole video about it, but huge, major content creators, influencers, streamers also chimed in, namely Jacksepticeye, who kind of pointed out the extreme irony that the banner on Alex Hutchinson's Twitter page is that of a fan art highlighting Jacksepticeye, who played Journey to the Savage Planet, which is in fact one of the games that Alex Hutchinson was involved in. And so Jacksepticeye tweeted, "I find this thinking extremely ironic considering you have fan art of me, a streamer, as your banner from when I played Savage Planet, which no doubt significantly as extremely ironic considering you have fan art of me, a streamer, as your banner from when I played Savage Planet, which no doubt significantly signal boosted that game." And then Jacksepticeye also noted, "You've even cropped out their watermark in the banner and haven't given them credit for it anywhere. Very hypocritical." And yeah, if you go to Alex Hutchinson's account and click on his banner, you'll see that the signature has been cropped out from this fan art of the streamer who played one of his games and signal boosted his game. It's just, you cannot make this up. And in response to Jacksepticeye's tweet, many in the games industry have responded, showing support for Jacksepticeye, highlighting the irony and a bit of the hypocrisy of Alex Hutchinson, with people like Alana Pierce and Jeff Keighley kind of chiming in. And scrolling further down through Alex's Twitter thread, you'll find plenty of other well-known names kind of chiming in and expressing their dissent and disapproval of what Alex is suggesting here. Frickin' Mr. Beast chimed in to participate in the ratioing of this Twitter thread. Dr. Disrespect went out of his way to highlight Alex's tweet and kind of make fun of it. You've got Gothaline, who said a lot of people quote tweeting this hot take about how streamers should need a license from publishers to stream their games. I think and kind of make fun of it. You've got Gothaline, who said a lot of people quote tweeting this hot take about how streamers should need a license from publishers to stream their games. I think we should be more concerned that anyone that works at Google Stadia is giving business advice. And then here's Landon, who posted 2 screenshots showing the stats for Among Us, stating streamers don't play game versus streamers play game, pay streamer. And yeah, you can see right here the state of Among Us before streamers started playing it. The player base was sort of in the hundreds, and then once a few streamers picked it up, the results shifted upwards dramatically, with peak players of up to 438,000. Just a ridiculous boost. The point being that Alex's suggestion that streamers benefit from games and not the other way around is completely asinine. Again, it's a symbiotic relationship. Streamers are benefiting because Among Us lends itself to fun, cooperative/competitive gameplay, and then Among Us is benefiting because those streamers are spotlighting that game and signal boosting it to the point where now hundreds of thousands play every day. It's this win-win situation that Alex is painting as if only streamers ultimately benefit and game developers are being exploited or taken advantage of somehow by streamers because they're not shelling out some kind of fee to play that game online, despite those same people either having received that game for free from a developer or publisher or having bought the game with their own money. Beyond that, a number of journalists have chimed in, with Jason Schreier expressing his disapproval. You've got Danny O'Dwyer expressing his disapproval. Honestly, just about every facet of the games industry seems to agree that Alex is way behind with the times and that this idea of his is way out of touch with reality, even to the point where his own employer decided to adamantly express that they fully disagree with what Alex is saying here, fully distancing themselves from what Alex tweeted out, as again, it's counterintuitive to Stadia's own endeavors with this platform. It's just so bizarre to have someone in the Stadia team who's under Google, which also owns YouTube, which obviously encourages streamers and creators to put content out there. It's strange for a Stadia person, someone who works under the Stadia umbrella, to be like, yeah, let me put this idea out there that completely goes against what Stadia and YouTube are trying to go for. So yeah, the guy's drawn a lot of backlash with this suggestion, and because he initially labeled himself as creative director at Google Stadia, that caused confusion. The confusion caused a lot of people to associate his statement with the Stadia brand. And so Stadia as a platform is facing negative PR, which is the last thing they need given the poor state of the platform right now. And given that, again, what Alex said so heavily stands against what Stadia's endeavors are, it's just been a bit of an unfortunate shitstorm caused by what, in my opinion, is a pretty awful take. But at the end of the day, Stadia, YouTube, and Google have come out and said, yeah, we're not on board with what Alex is saying here, so that's something worth noting. That's all I have to say about the matter, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on Alex's comments and Stadia and YouTube's response to all this. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
前はどこまで話したっけ？ああ、そうだ。珍しいやつほど価値が高いって話をしたっすね。君たち知ってる？最近、流災の影響でモンドの果物収穫量が減ってるってこと。そのせいで、モンド産のお酒が高騰してるんすよ。
流災のことなら知ってるな。
そっすか。じゃあ頭がいい君には、なんで俺が鎮火と日用品を交換するかお分かりっすよね。
もうすぐ世界が滅びるからか？乙女。 爆弾持ちすぎたのかな。いつになったらお姉ちゃんみたいに背が高くなるんだろう。
風よ、私に答えるのだ。
影のカラスが優也を求めている。といやといやはっ、準備できたかな。とバーバラ行くよ。
両豆立ち去れ。
姿を見せよ。 ミュージック
剣に近い。はあ、それ。それ。それ。やっ、それ。
姿を見せよ。
どこも緑ばかりじゃないか。
断罪の名に姿を見せよオはじけよなんだなこんな楽だだっただ
夜の源源
こた断罪の名において
風の神よ我 見たことのないものがあるよ。星とし無事今日の
我が命を聞きたまえ。
せいゆったはあ。あれトドコどこ？
んは。
こんばんは。
退屈をしのげるわい。機械の危険頂上、先もいけるか。大当たりも人生の一部や。大当たりも人生の一部や。絶好調。今なら自分がさて再出発よ。お旅も狙え狙え。こんばんは。
こんばんは。
you